Tell me when you're ready.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh.
Victoria's on Zoom. She's on Zoom. Okay.
So she didn't make it tonight.
She'll be on Zoom.
Okay, we will call this meeting to order at 6:02. We have all members present except Victoria Cornell. She's on Zoom, so she is actually present.
And she's actually, we can see her, so she's available. And
Okay, and yes, sincere, cool. So this meeting is currently scheduled to be on site at Fairfax Junior High cafeteria. The meeting is also available to be witnessed via teleconferencing. Notice of teleconferencing pursuant to Executive Order N 2920 and Government Code Section 54953. The board will conduct this meeting via teleconferencing or video conference with one or more board members participating from remote locations via telephone or other electronic means. Voting at this meeting shall be by roll call. Members of the public wishing to observe or listen to the meeting or make public comments as authorized under Government Code Section 54954.3 may do so at the following location: 1500 South Fairfax Road, Bakersfield, California, 93307. Voting at this meeting shall be by roll call. Social distancing measures will be implemented to address public issues relating to the coronavirus COVID-19. Link to meeting via Zoom 974-586-74734. Members of the public are welcome to address the board during public comment section of the agenda. If you wish to make a public comment, please email Laura Brown at fairfaxsd.us to add your request. Please state your name and the agenda item you would like to address. You'll be recognized on the virtual platform when it is your turn to speak. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes for each agenda item. If multiple people are wanting to address the same topic, if you wish to make a public comment in person, you may make such comment at district office located at 1500 South Fairfax Road, Bakersfield, California. If you're interested in need of translation services for the board meeting or would like to make a public comment and need assistance in translating your statement, please contact the district office at 661-366-7221 or email Laura Brown at fairfaxsd.us 24 hours in advance for assistance. We will go ahead and start with the preliminary section and we will salute the flag. Salute flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next on the preliminary section is approval of tonight's agenda. So if I can get a motion for approval of tonight's agenda.
Ms. Rowland, did you want to add the town hall?
First motion
to the June 24th?
Yes.
If we want to make that statement now, or?
Yeah. Okay.
I would like to make one change to the agenda. I'd like to add a town hall meeting to the June 24th date. We have a special board meeting planned for that night for budget adoption. I would propose to have the budget adoption at 5:30 and the town hall meeting at 6:30.
Can I get a motion to approve the town hall meeting in addition to our other special meeting?
First motion.
I have a first by Alma Rio.
Second motion.
second by Jose Tapia. Do a roll call vote on Mario,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson. Palmer Mullen, I. Victoria Cornell.
Victoria, can you hear us? Victoria, can you hear us? Okay.
Okay, we're gonna just move on with I guess no vote. Jose Tapia,
Aye.
aye. So that will be 4-1. So that will be approved, the town hall meeting in addition to our January 24th agenda. Okay.
I believe I'm having a connection problem. I cannot hear any of you. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting anything. Is there any way we can,
I haven't,
the
we
issue.
can hear you now. You're just not able to hear us.
So then what we'll do is we'll continue and hopefully she can get the connection fixed. Approval of minutes for May 4th, 2021.
First motion?
A first motion by Almario,
Second motion.
second by Jose Tapia. Roll call vote, Almario,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson, Palmer Mullen, aye.
Aye.
I am Victoria Cornell, no vote, 4-1. We'll go on next to number 4, approval of special board minutes, May 22nd, May 27th, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the special board minutes for May 27th, 2021?
First motion?
Okay, first motion,
Second motion.
second by Jose Tapia, roll call vote, Almario,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson, Palmer Roland, aye. Jose Tapia,
Aye.
Victoria Cornell, that'll be 4-1. Okay, approval of special board minutes for June 2nd, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for June 2nd, 2021?
First motion?
First motion, Almario. Do I have a second?
Second motion.
Second, Jose Tapia. Roll call vote, Almario,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson. Palmer Rowland, aye. Victoria Cornell, no vote. Jose Tapia,
Aye.
aye. That's a 4-1. Now I'm going to read you a statement. Welcome of the guests. Welcome to the meeting of Fairfax Elementary School District Board of Trustees. This meeting is held in compliance with the state of California and County of Current Sunshine laws. We have a place on the agenda to hear from members of the public who attend our meeting. And it's good if you can call the superintendent before the meeting. Have a place on the agenda for any issue you want to talk about. However, if you haven't done that, you may fill out a form provided for you and give it to the board before the meeting begins. Each item on the agenda can be discussed by members of the public. 20 minutes are provided for each agenda item. Several people can speak during these 20 minutes. We do hope that you in attendance will refrain from visiting during this meeting as it can be disconcerting to the board members. Thank you for being here. Next, we'll move into the public comment section. Number 1, public comment procedure. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed no more than 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board president shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by any individual should be ground for the president to terminate the privilege of terminate the privilege of addressing the board. The board may remove disruptive individuals. Individuals who disrupt a board meeting may be guilty of violating California Penal Code 403, which is a misdemeanor. Next, we'll move into the recognition section where I will defer to Mrs. Brown for the empowering appointment award for Denise Thorpe.
Are we doing public comment?
Oh, sorry, public comment.
Perfect. Ronnie Radica.
Ronnie Radica will be recognized as the board president for public comment.
So I want to address the fact that the dress attire that was chosen to be worn during the superintendent interviews. First, I'd like to thank Alma, Virginia, Victoria, Jose. Every meeting, you're very presentable. I appreciate it. Mr. Mullen, I don't know what you were thinking. It's not acceptable. You represent this district. And that is what you chose to wear to potential candidates for superintendent. You do not represent us. We do not accept it. I'm glad you're wearing a suit today, but it's a little too late. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the agenda.
Next, we have Lisa Smith, and she'll be joining us through Zoom.
Okay, Lisa Smith is recognized by the board president.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I apologize for the informality of us traveling and for allowing me to be able to speak with you while we're traveling. I would have liked to have been in a better presentation mode, but here we are. Members of the board, I've recently been absent from the board meetings. This is not because I'm tired of the parents and the community who are fighting the good fight to regain a school board that is accountable to the voters, but because I'm tired of the nonsense some members of the board and the board president put the community through as they repeatedly ignore the recommendations of the special investigator, ignore the Kern County grand jury, and tyrannically attempt to silence the voters to whom they're accountable. The shame and embarrassment some of you have brought to this district, not to mention the students, the parents, and the teachers, is outrageous. Unfortunately, it's also ongoing. As you contemplate the 13 recommendations in item K of the agenda tonight, remember these things, please. We are not going away. We are here. We will stay here. We will stay here until the end, no matter how long this takes or how hard we have to work. We're here and we're not going away. If you don't resign, the recall will proceed and you will be removed by the voters. You know why I'm so confident? A Channel 17 poll has reported that 91% to 99% of the respondent viewers believe that Mr. Mullen should resign. The numbers are there and we're not going away, but you most certainly are. Number two, there is no conspiracy. No one in our smaller neighboring districts is trying to hurt Fairfax. And when this is over, no one's going to thank you for what you are doing. You will, however, for a long time, remember the shame you've brought on the community, yourselves, and your families. We see you. We see you for the second time in 3 years responding to complaints under the Political Reform Act, which is the law Congress enacted after President Nixon and Watergate. We also see you under investigation and found in the wrong by the last county grand jury. It will probably spill over into the next grand jury because at least one person has already filed another complaint with them, and that person is me. We see you continuing to be under investigation. And we see you found in the wrong by the special investigators for this district. We see you using district money to retain counsel for your own benefit. So let's be clear. We see you in everything you do, including silencing members of the community trying to talk to you or members of the board who wish to discuss items before voting. Please, if there is any decency in you, please resign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maritza Pineda.
Martha Pineda is now recognized by the board president.
Thank you. I will be, I'll start my speech in Spanish and then I'll just translate it myself in English. So my sign says, somos la voz de nuestros hijos estudiantes. We are the voice of our students, our kids. Yes, okay. Estoy aquí hoy para pedirles como padres del distrito escolar, yo sé que Mr. Mullen y el señor Tapia tienen hijos en nuestro distrito. Quiero preguntarles si ustedes están de acuerdo que los fondos de los niños, los estudiantes, sean usados para oficinas legales, para abogados. Yo sé que mis hijos no necesitan un abogado. Eso yo lo sé. Si hay algún problema legal, yo sé que van a venir a hablar conmigo, la madre, el padre, no con mis hijos, los abogados. Ustedes están aquí para representar a nuestros hijos, a nuestra comunidad, a los padres. Quiero extender la oportunidad de venir aquí al podio, hablar como padres de la escuela, del distrito. Si usted está seguro que está haciendo lo que es importante para los estudiantes, si tener estas oficinas de abogados es importante para la comunidad, para los estudiantes, quiero que usted venga, que vengan aquí y digan como padres, no como miembros de la mesa directiva, sino como padres, que los estudiantes ocupan todos estos servicios legales, porque le están robando la oportunidad de que puedan ahí ir a aprender cosas, porque probablemente sin los fondos no va a haber programas para niños que estén atrasados. Con esta pandemia muchos niños están atrasados. Si no hay dinero para los programas que se ocupen, los abogados no van a venir a enseñarle a nuestros hijos lo que ocupan. Aquí están las formas para si es que necesitan, para que las tienen y vengan aquí como padres y digan que ese dinero se está ocupando donde es necesario. Okay? As a parent, I know that my kids do not need attorneys. I know they do not need 2 additional law firms of attorneys for any, I think that they need programs in school. So these funds that are being used for these law firms, for whatever reason they're being used, shouldn't be coming out of a kid's education. I extend the offer that Ms. Pam gave you guys last meeting of coming to the podium as parents of our school district, because I know that Mr. Mullen and Mr. Tapia have kids in our school district. These are the forms that we as community members and parents have to fill out. They're here for you. Please come to the podium and tell me that you're okay with those funds as a parent, not a board member, as a parent, that you're okay with those funds being used in legal fees. Because I know that my kids don't need attorneys. A lot of kids are behind academically because of this pandemic. So if our kids need extra resources when they come back to school next school year, and there's not enough funds because they're being used in legal fees, the attorneys are not going to come and teach our kids. That money is going to them, to their pockets, and our kids are staying without the resources that are needed. Last, I want to state, because I saw a meeting on Zoom, and Mr. Palmer stated that they were being attacked. I personally don't come here to attack you. I come here to hold you accountable for your actions. That's what I come here for. And if you take it as an attack, then You might be doing something wrong for you to think that people are attacking you. That's all I have to say, please.
Thank
Here are
you,
the
Mayor.
forms.
Next, we have Kristen Rodman. Her comments can be read by Cheryl Jones.
Kristen Robin will be recognized by the board president by Cheryl Jones.
Johns.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I know you guys are
Johns.
just
You
used to
think I
calling me
would know that by
JC.
now, exactly.
Excuse me,
I-
Palmer. She said what? The question was, that we spending money on lawyers? Is that what you said? That's what you
I
said?
said that the funds that are coming for the attorneys
Remind
are
her she
coming
should
out of
engage
our
in-
kids'
I'm sorry,
education.
I'm sorry.
No, no.
We don't have, you don't have to engage in conversation. It's fine. We're
No,
gonna,
She asked the
no,
question.
should we,
No,
but
no.
we, you want to defer?
Yeah, so right now, Ahmed, let's go ahead and finish up, but really, we're gonna, during public comment, we're just gonna listen to their comments and we can respond at a later time. Okay.
That's what the town hall meeting is for.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be here at the town hall meeting.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay. So I'm speaking for Kristen Rodman. We all know she's a sixth grade teacher at ZLE. Unfortunately, I'm out of state and unable to read my statement this evening myself. I would have much rather been face-to-face at this board meeting to read my statement aloud. However, it is imperative I address the report of the Kern County Grand Jury dated May 27, 2021, entitled Fairfax School District's School Board in Crisis. Finding numbers 4 and 5 and recommendation R4, which reads, the board will immediately work on methods for conducting meetings that allow for easier public access by determining protocols and procedures for use of cameras by board members during distance participation and allowing open board member discussion in public meeting prior to voting. Clearly, this recommendation has been blatantly ignored by the board president, Paulman Mullard. One of the biggest blatant acts of disregard is this grand jury recommendation comes from the fact that you, Mr. Mullard, are still joining board meetings through Zoom. As president of the board, you are expected all above to be physically present at each and every board meeting. It boggles my mind that you call these excessive amounts of emergency board meetings due to non-emergency reasons. Yet you yourself are not truly present. Hiding behind a computer screen leads me to believe that you are indeed hiding something and or are privately communicating with others during the board meetings. That is a violation and a very shady move for a person in leadership, a leadership position. If you have the need to call all of these meetings, then you have an obligation to be present front and center. Each and every attendance of these board meetings via Zoom and in person has the want and right to see the face of the man who is sabotaging the district from the inside out. Furthermore, you all above should exhibit professional attire while on Zoom or in person. It is an immense embarrassment that the full Fairfax board president dresses as if he's just rolling out of bed or taking a day trip to the beach. It is unprofessional and embarrassing. Your attire earlier this week spoke volumes and shows you clearly don't care, clearly don't take any of this seriously. As for the attendees physically present at the board meetings, there is very limited seating and you have not taken any steps to move the meetings to another location, perhaps the junior high gymnasium that is yards away, so that many more attendees of the district and community may participate in the on-site board meetings that you constantly call. Instead, you make sure that only a small handful of a dozen upon dozen of district staff and community members who want to physically attend these many meetings are denied access due to the limited space and COVID restrictions. This is obvious tactic to shut people out because you can't take the pressure of answering questions about your lives and immense mess you have created within the board, Mr. Mullen. Stop hiding behind a computer screen and excuses. Finally, you continue to shut down open board member discussions, public meetings prior to voting. You continue to have a vendetta and an agenda to push your decisions through without going through the proper steps before voting. Again, this is one of your tactics, and your tactic to shut out any logical discussions and ideas to be entertained before plummeting your way through to voting, because it is 100% guarantee that your two followers, Mr. Tapia and Mrs. Rios, will not use their own brains to make a decision during voting and simply wait for you to give your command. I'll just go and stop there.
Okay, thank you.
Maria Hernandez.
Maria Hernandez is recognized by the board president.
I would like to give you my 3 minutes if you want to address your answer. If you want, I can give you the 3 minutes so you can address the mother. You don't have to ask him for permission. Oh, okay. Do you want to? You're your own. You have a mind of your own.
Do we want to defer to?
You have to come here.
Where is she? Okay, for next meeting, I put it in the agenda.
Let's get a little bit closer so they can hear you.
I put it in the agenda to address multiple lawyers.
I recently received a agenda item request from Mrs. Rios to address the concern of multiple law firms, and you will see that coming up on the next agenda.
Okay, so I'll take my 3 minutes back. Thank you. I could say over and over again what I've been saying for the last 6 months. To please touch your hearts, to vote with your heart, do the right thing. But I know it's not gonna happen. I don't even wanna waste my time, but I'm not going away. And I'm gonna say it again. Tonight, I know you have big things you're gonna vote on. And I'm gonna do a wishful thinking and hoping that you vote with the right mind, with an open mind, with a loving, caring mind, not being manipulated by other person. I have faith in you because you're a mother, and I have faith in you because you're a father. And I know that you grew up the same way I did, and you want the best for your kids. I was very disappointed when the lady stood up here and gave her testimony, and you said you don't care. That is not your problem. So what is that tells me? That all these kids who come to this school, the 2,000 kids, you don't care about them? Do you understand what I'm saying? Please stop and think. This is bigger than yourself. If you don't can stand that, take the pressure, get off. As simple as that. Do you know what I mean? If you can't do it, get off the board. Let somebody else deal with this mess. But I plead with you, and we have never attacked anyone. We always been here respectfully, asking for what we think is the right thing. You got elected to be sitting in here and to answer questions from the community. Maybe you didn't know what you were getting yourself into. I get that. But every day, God give us the opportunity to change and to do the right thing. And I think tonight is the right day. We're doing this because we don't have any other options. I don't even want to address him. I lost faith in him. But I can still have hope for both of you. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. I would like to formally ask for all the emails, all the public record since May 2019. Thank you.
Victoria Newton. Victoria Newton.
Okay, next recognized by the board president, Victoria Newton.
Thank you. Members of the community, members of Fairfax School District, and members of the board. I want you to reflect on our motto, empowering students to succeed. When you hear this phrase that our district prides itself for, who is it that you think of? Do you think of children? Do you think of the young boys and girls that sit in desks and walk in the halls? Do you think of your children? I think of our community, the Fairfax community. We are all students. We are all teachable, aren't we? Our families are resilient. Our children are attentive. Our staff are flexible. Our administration is exemplary. We are all so diligent to succeed. And why? Because we have each other. The most empowering aspect of our district is our unitedness. What makes sense for our district? Look at those that fill the roles of our administration, the people who start in humble beginnings and work their ways to leadership. Why? To have a title? To make a little more each year? If you think in either of those regards, you are highly mistaken. To empower. In my time here within our district, I can tell of movement to leading roles within administration for at least 4 individuals. And nothing prides me more than being able to say that I come from a district that supports one another to achieve our personal best. I say this to remind you of those up for approval of teaching permits and for hire for the upcoming school year. We rise by lifting others up. Won't you help lift them up? Won't you help lift our district and all those people who are in it a little bit higher? I am so grateful for the backing that I've had, the support, the challenge, the empowerment to become my personal best. I ask myself, am I serving this community? Am I using my knowledge for good? Am I showing up for myself and the families that I serve? I am, and yes, we are. Our staff are. We have professionals that pivot from role to role to serve the needs where they are. Our district does that. We know one another's names. Our faces matter. Our being here matters. Please consider lifting us up higher, because at the end of the day, we are all students and we all have a home that empowers all of us to succeed. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Overbeck, and he'll be joining us from Zoom.
Michael Overbeck, will you recognize the board president?
Mr. Overbeck, you may unmute yourself.
Hello. I recently addressed you guys at a previous board meeting concerning the nutrition that our students were receiving as a part of their program through the school. And it was very substandard. And I still have yet to hear from anybody regarding that. But that brings me to my next point. The fact that you guys have found within the budget money to pay for an attorney when there was one already suitable for the school district is appalling. The way the board is handling themselves is completely unprofessional. When I have clients, my personal clients reaching out to me because they know my children go to the Fairfax district and they call me and say, hey, Mike, what's going on with your school board? That has an effect not just on my children, but on our entire family. The manner in which this is being conducted, it is unsatisfactory to say the least. And I know we've stood in front of you before as parents united, asking Mr. Mullen to resign, but it falls on deaf ears. And so my purpose today was not to address the board. It's obvious the board does not care. The board could care less what the parents want. The board could care less about our students within the Fairfax district. What I want to do is make sure that we have every parent on board and ready for the fight ahead to recall Palmer Mullen, Jose Tapia, and Ms. Rios. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jay-Z.
Ms. J.D. is recognized as board president.
That's all right.
Muffle
It doesn't bother
mask. It's
me.
muffle mask.
There you go. Okay, so greetings board and community members. I'd like to address recommendation 9 from the grand jury report. Recommendation 9, the board should immediately cease and desist bullying during meetings, allow for discussion and questions prior to the vote, and stop the practice of forcing members to vote without having complete information. Findings 13 and 14. The grand jury found that finding 13, the majority of the board did not willfully and knowingly allow the bullying, did willfully allow the bullying of the minority in order to stop discussion and force a vote on agenda items at 2 or more district meetings. And we've seen that much more. Last summer, I watched Mr. Mullen ask the same question over and over during a board meeting. His questions were answered over and over again. Yet now I have watched you, Mr. Mullen, ignore and talk over other board members and community members when they speak, not giving them the respect you are demanding of them. Finding 14 from the redacted from their Fairfax School District Detailed Investigation Report, Client Matter SC050/014. Report confirmed with grand jury witness statements that there were violations of board bylaws 9200 and 9005.1. The board member, Mr. Mullen, was performing management and administrative functions without the proper authority. Evidence supported that the board member engaged in abusive and unprofessional conduct, lacking civility, dignity, and respect. It also was determined that the board member's misconduct might impair their ability to carry out their authorized responsibilities as a trustee. Therefore, it is foreseeable that the board member's usurpation of administrative duties might create a conflict, preventing their service as a board member. The board member, Mr. Mullen, is the major contributing factor to the dysfunction of the Fairfax School Board, not our community comments. I'm sorry. I have heard Mr. Mullen state mistruths and lies, trying to mislead the community to hide your own behavior, blaming things that you have done or want on others. Take responsibility for your actions and resign from this board, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you.
Marissa Wood.
Next will be Marissa Wood, recognized by the board president.
Good evening, Superintendent Brown, honorable board members, Victoria Coronel and Virginia Lawson, Fairfax community and staff. Justice cannot be denied, ignored, or silenced. Justice demands that you put the needs of the students you serve first. Board members Moland, Rios, and Tapia have tried illegally and immorally to silence the just voices of the families and staff of the Fairfax School District who have pleaded with them to put the needs of our students first in every vote and every action you have made or taken. You three have refused to do so. While you have contemptuously and disdainfully shunned the emotional pleas from parents, teachers, and community members, the grand jury has heard our cries and is standing up in defense of the students whose education you are threatening by your actions as you advance your personal agendas over your responsibility to the students you serve. I applaud my fellow advocates. We are so close. We are fighting the good fight. We need to remain steadfast and we need to remain Fairfax strong. For those of you who have not had access to or read the public grand jury report, I'd like to highlight the key findings for you. The board member failed to follow board bylaws, education code, government code, Ralph M. Brown Act, Robert's Rules of Order, ethics, law, and principle. I implore the board to act on the following grand jury recommendations to remove the stain of, and I quote the grand jury, the chaotic and dysfunctional board. Each of the following recommendations is a step toward putting our students first. Number one, the board should provide extensive training and hire a conflict resolution specialist to build communication skills and build trust among board members. This is to be completed by October 1st. Number two, the board should consult schools legal regarding the Brown Act, ethics training, and conflicts of interest. All board members must be retrained on proper behavior and subsequent actions as a board member by October 1st of 2021. Number three, by September 1st, the board should review, follow, and/or update all current board bylaws and conduct board meetings using Robert's Rules of Order, allowing complete discussion before a vote is taken. Number four, the board should immediately work on methods of conducting meetings that allow for easier public access. Number five, starting immediately, the public should be allowed adequate time. I'm reading a recommendation, Mr. Mullen, from the grand jury that says the public should be allowed adequate time to express their concerns in open session at all board meetings and be respectfully addressed by the board.
Okay, time. I'm gonna ask that we allow Mrs. Wood additional time. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, is there a second? Virginia Lawson, all in favor, Alma Rios?
Second motion.
Aye.
Virginia Lawson? Aye. Palmer Rowland, aye. I heard Victoria
Aye.
Cornell, aye. Jose Tapia, aye. You may continue.
Thank you. Number 6, in accordance with California Education Code, the board should verify that board members are current residents within the district boundaries before the next board meeting. Number 7, by September 1st, 2021, the board should complete the process and close the complaints against the board member. Number 8, the board should immediately ensure that all board members' contact information be readily available to the public. Number 9, the board should immediately cease and desist bullying during meetings, allow for discussion and questions prior to the vote, and stop the practice of forcing members to vote without having complete information. Number 10, the board should examine the funds spent on legal services, justify the need for multiple law firms, and report their findings to the public on or before regular board meeting in August 2021. Number 11, by June 30th, 2021, the board should hold a town hall meeting where public concerns can be addressed. Finally, number 12, the board should remove the current president of the board and train another board member to become president by June 2021. This will eliminate a major contributor to the dysfunction of the board. I implore you to immediately take steps to enact each recommendation. Your community, your staff, and the grand jury are watching you. We will not be swayed in our conviction to hold you three accountable for your actions. You must put our students first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daisy Brown.
Next on the agenda, we have Daisy Brown will be recognized by the board president.
How do I work this thing? Oh, is it working? Hi. I don't have anything like super prepared, but I just want to speak to the heart, from the heart. Fairfax School District has been part of my life since 1991, when I came to Bakersfield and became a 7th grade student. I was a student here from 7th grade and 8th grade. And then I lived in the district with my parents, obviously, in their home. And then I went to college and I became a teacher. And I have been teaching here since 2002. What's happening has just been heartbreaking for me. This district has been, like I said, a part of my life for what is that, 30 years. And I've seen it grow so much over the decades. And I hate to see us on the news in such a bad light. And it's just heartbreaking. I still have friends whose parents still live in the district, and I talk to them, and it's just like, it's heartbreaking. They're like, that's my own school. We've grown a lot, and I just don't want us to go backwards. And I think consistency is very, very important, not only for the students, but for the parents. Parents needs consistency also. Community needs consistency. And I'm just heartbroken. I'm just heartbroken as a former student, as a teacher, and as a mother. My daughter comes here and she loves Zephyr Lane. And I just want this district to be the best that it can be. And I know I'm a little emotional. I'm having a day anyway. But the staff, everybody, we're just like one big family. And a lot of you have heard Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, he gave this warning. He said, "A kingdom divided against itself cannot stand." But you know what? I think Abraham Lincoln got that from somebody even better than he. And that was Jesus Christ. And he's warning us, a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. And I do not want this district to fall. Please, as a former student, as an employee, as a mother, as a daughter who has parents that pay taxes in this district, please don't let this district fall. Jesus Christ is already saying, you can't be divided and succeed. Please. I don't know. We got to get the strife out. We've got to get the envy out. You know, that there's another thing he says where envy and strife is, there's confusion and every evil work. We don't have time for this. I love this district. Please, please, please unite. I mean, if you're focused, you've got to be focused on what is our priority right now. Our priority are our students and our community. Work on the strengths, not on the weaknesses. Build on what we have already, not just always critical on what we don't. Again, I don't have a form to give to you, but I'm speaking from the heart. This is part of my family. This is part of my life, like 3 decades. And please don't let it be like this. I don't want to see us on the news. We're going to see ourselves on the news again tonight. And I don't want to see that. I want to see good things. And there's so many good things going on with this district. My goodness, my daughter had the best time of her life in first grade, and she was on Zoom, and she's like, oh, yay. And then she gets to go to summer school. She's like, yay, I love Zephyr Lane. Who are we? Mighty Hurricanes. There's so many good things happening in our district. Let's focus on that, not being on the news for dysfunction and craziness. So find what we have in common, and let's build from that. Just as an educator that I am, we always build on the strengths. Let's build on strengths. And we have so many of them. So I don't know how many times, but please, please, please work together. Now be good, you know, as like a little elementary school teacher, be good and play nice, okay? And just be good and be kind, and let's focus. We've got too many other problems in the world. Let's focus on the kids, okay? Sorry, I took all your time. Like I said, I'm a little emotional today.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
And our final public comment is Jamie Henderson from Kern County Superintendent of Schools.
Jamie Henderson was recognized by the board president.
Okay.
President Mullen, members of the board, Superintendent Brown, good evening. My name is Jamie Henderson. I'm a management consultant with the Kern County Superintendent of Schools office. Dr. Mary Barlow, our county superintendent, contacted me and asked me to come to this meeting and present you with 2 separate letters. I'm going to read a portion of both those letters. I'm going to read the second letter I handed you first. It's addressed to President Mullen and members of the board. I've been made aware of minutes of the special meeting of your board held on June 8, 2021. I'm writing to express my concern that you did not appear to understand or respect the public's right to participate in meetings of the board, including the right to address you on agenda items and to do so before or during your consideration of each item. The minutes that I have seen properly contain language under the headings public comment and welcome of guests. So she goes on to state that President Mullen called for a motion to terminate the privilege to address the board. The motion passed on a 3-2 roll call vote. The motion was unlawful. Permission to address the board is not a privilege, but a right granted by the legislature and contained in the statute known as the Brown Act. Specifically, Government Code Section 54954.3 subsection A requires that every agenda for a regular meeting must provide the public the opportunity to address the board on any item of interest to the public before or during the legislative body consideration of that item. This also applies to special meetings. Finally, she says, I urge your board members to become familiar with the requirements of the Brown Act regarding agendas, notices, and public participation. You should also review your own board policy bylaw 9323 that addresses the subject in a manner that is consistent with the statute. Your board bylaw 9320 explains that the right of the public to comment and ask questions is to encourage community involvement in schools. This should be the goal of every school board. Sincerely, Mary Barlow. Second letter, dated also June 10th, it's addressed to President Mullen and members of the board, and I will read that in its entirety. I have been made aware that your board may have entered into one or more financial transactions, contracts, without following statutory procedures. Under the authority of Ed Code Section 1241.5, subsection B, I am authorized to review or audit the expenditures and internal controls of any district when I have reason to believe that fraud, misappropriation of funds, or other illegal physical practices has occurred. I have asked the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, known as FCMAT, to perform what is commonly known as an AB 139 audit to look into the matter in which your district has awarded contracts. FCMAT will contact your chief administrator within the near future to discuss the process it will follow in conducting this audit. I expect that you will extend full cooperation during this investigation. When the audit is complete, FCMAT will report its findings to me, and I will determine whether any further steps are necessary. Sincerely, Dr. Mary Barlow, Superintendent of Schools. When I was here at your Saturday meeting, I shared with you that the local governing board controls all the school districts in their district. So in other words, this board is the supreme ruler, if you will, of the school district. However, if you fall into physical problems, the county superintendent has the right to come in and make changes. Or worse, the state can send in a state administrator and the board has absolutely no power. That would be a shame for something like that to happen. On a very quick side note, I spent 10 years as an adjunct professor for Point Loma Nazarene University. I taught a class on ethical, moral, and servant leadership. Superintendent Brown had to suffer through one of those classes, unfortunately. But one of the prior speakers referenced Jesus Christ. And we looked at a lot of leadership styles in that class. And the one thing that resonated with me was Christ did two things that had never been done as a leader. One was to value people, and number two was to not be served, but to serve. Remember, board members serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to B, preliminary section. We went over everything but number 2, which is approval of tonight's agenda. So we're gonna ask for the approval of tonight's agenda. I need a first motion.
I'll make that motion.
Favorite, and Victoria Cornell. And then a second of tonight's approval of the agenda.
Can you speak?
Approval of the agenda,
difficult for me to understand when we're talking.
approval of tonight's agenda,
Pardon?
approval of tonight's agenda.
Yes.
Yes, that's the second motion by Virginia Lawson. Now roll call vote on Maria,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson, Palmer Mullen, aye, Victoria Cornell,
Aye.
Jose Tapia.
Aye.
Okay, that's a 5-0, so we do have the approval of tonight's agenda. Now we'll go into D recognition section, empowering employee award. And I'll defer to Mrs. Brown for that.
All right, tonight's Empowering Employee Award goes to Denise Thorpe. Is Denise here tonight? While Denise makes her way up here, the district recognizes the hard work of Denise Thorpe Fairfax by honoring her with the Empowering Employee Award. The award is granted to an employee within the school district who performs her duties with pride, positive spirit, and a sense of teamwork. This award is granted through nomination from her principal, Mrs. Burkhead.
Been at Fairfax for 7 years now, and Denise has been our certificated librarian, and she's not just a librarian. Denise is willing to do anything and everything that you ask her to do. She's super flexible. She's always going above and beyond to meet the needs of the students and the staff. Especially during this time when we went through a pandemic, she rolled out over 2,000 iPads across the district to students. She also helped in the collection of all those iPads and the upkeep. This particular year, because she is a certificated teacher, she subbed pretty much every day in a classroom because we needed subs and we were short subs. So she made sure the needs of all of our students were met. She also started a program called Sora right away as soon as we hit the pandemic, so kids could read books online since they couldn't be checked out from the library. And so they were able to go in, find their level, and check out a book and read it online and answer questions that way. She also helps continue to run our Renaissance Star Reading and Star Math program, Accelerated Reader, and all of those other programs. I can't say enough about her. She is amazing, and we totally love having her at Fairfax, and she is one of our long-term Fairfax employees, and she is Fairfax strong. We love you, Denise.
With that, we'll move into reports, the superintendent report.
All right, just a quick superintendent report. We have a very long agenda tonight. Just wanted to commend all the school sites on just a stellar end of the school year. I saw students celebrated and we got to finish strong. So thank you. All right, we lost sound for a minute. Just congratulations on a strong finish to a school year. All of your efforts were greatly appreciated. A special thank you to Mrs. Burkhead and her team for graduation. Was an amazing experience. I had an opportunity to go. The night couldn't have been more perfect, and it was wonderful to see families and students celebrating the success that they had throughout the years. And lastly, summer school is off and running. We started on Monday. We have about 585 students enrolled, and it has been a great experience. We have students on campus from 8 to 6. We have students that are there from 8 to 11, about 8 to noon if they choose. They can also stay 8 till 4 or till 6. And so we're glad to have students back on campus. And thank you to all those teachers and other staff members that are making summer a memorable experience. So thank you for the hard work and it's greatly appreciated.
Is there any board report?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment, please.
Okay,
I want to thank everybody and I want to apologize to everybody for not being there in person. It was a very difficult decision for me to not be there and to not be present, but it was a situation out of my hands and I want to apologize to the board, all staff, community, and I made my effort to be here. My camera is on. I apologize for the beginning where I didn't have sound. I couldn't hear you guys, but I'm here. I'm here. My camera's on. And I thank everybody for showing up and being there. I appreciate you all. And thank you. Thank you.
okay, I would like to report another board report that our training for Sacramento for board training, you can do in person, is going to be, registration has began. Virtual registration has also began for board training and workshops. So just letting you guys know that the registration is now open for training. And that's all I would like to report. So now we'll move into the consent section, warrants and payroll. It is recommended that the board approve the warrants and payroll for May 2021 as presented. Okay,
Yeah.
what we're gonna do, if there's no objection, is we're gonna approve the whole F consent section. Is there a motion to approve the consent section?
I'll make that motion.
The motion first by Victoria. Second by Virginia. Roll call vote on Rios.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Virginia Lawson, aye. Palmer Rowland, aye. Victoria Cornell.
That's an aye for me.
Victoria Cornell.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Jose Tapia.
Aye.
Okay, that's a 5-0 for the F consent section. Next, if I'm correct, we'll move into business and finance.
Yes, going into business of finance and Mr. Medina.
So business and finance, we do have a public hearing, Fairfax School District, July 1, 2021 budget. The board will open a public hearing for the public to provide comments and or concerns related to the proposed Fairfax School District, July 1, 2021 budget proposed for board consideration and approval at a special meeting dated Thursday, June 24, 2021 at 6 o'clock and located at 1500 South Fairfax Road, Bakersfield, California, 93307, the budget presentation.
All right, looks like we're good to go. Good evening, Board of Trustees and community members. I'm Jonathan Medina, the Director of Fiscal Services, and I'm just going to be going over the proposed budget for 2021-22. Now, this is a public hearing, so no action is going to be required by the board tonight. I did want to let the board know that this budget was developed using the most up-to-date information we have. It's based on the governor's May budget revision, and it also contains assumptions taken from industry professionals, groups like the School Services of California, the SECESA Common Message. So all of the assumptions made in here in relation to revenues and things of that nature are all taken and used by those industry professionals. I didn't develop any of these. These are standards that are rolled out statewide. Now, the final state budget has not been enacted yet and signed by the governor. But if that final state budget is significantly different than the May revision, I will be back to propose 45-day budget revisions, but that'll be in August. So I did want to touch on the state budget because what happens at that level always trickles down and affects us here at the district level. Governor Newsom's budget really takes the position that COVID is now going to be a thing of the past. So we've turned the corner and things are really looking up. Revenue projections that he's released continue to increase. Back in January, the governor released, significantly increased revenue positions. Since then, now at the governor's May budget revision, general fund revenues are now up another $17.5 billion. Now what that meant for schools is the COLA back in January was projected to be 3.84 and it is now 5.07, so significantly increased. So everything seems really, really well. News are through the roof and the government's rolling out several initiatives. This budget does include one caveat that there is a deferral of our June 2022 payments. So that is a month where, similar to this year, we will not be receiving our normal monthly cash apportionment. So from there, we'll be going right into the budget itself and looking at the revenues. So year over year, we're projecting a total decrease of about $18.5 million. Estimated actuals show that we are going to receive about $54.4 million by the end in total from 2021. And looking next year, they're decreasing to 35. And the reason for that is there was a lot of one-time federal and state COVID monies that we received that are just rolling off. Now, all of our other ongoing revenue, the LCFF, state and other federal programs are seeing ongoing increases. So again, it's just really the one-time revenue coming in, rolling off. Now, when we look on the expenditures, again, we see a decrease of about $2.1 million year over year. But we do see, if I could call your eyes to the unrestricted side of the budget, you'll see a $1.5 million increase there. And that's really where we're telling the story of the year. And I'm excited to say that increase of $1.5 million, what that really shows is our programs expanding and coming back to some type of normalcy. We have all of our programs that we would normally operate are coming back, and all of our in-person instruction is coming back. And so all those expenditures have now been reflected in this budget, and that's where we're seeing the increase. When looking at our projected transfers out in contributions, we see a $1.2 million interfund transfer in that's rolling off this next year. Now that happened in 2021 and is not happening in 21-22 because we fully funded our OPEB. And again, that was just a one-time initiative and is not happening in the current year. You'll see $500,000 transfer out going to our deferred maintenance fund. Again, that's just something that we do every year and is intended for us to continue to maintain our facilities and keep in good repair. You will see our contributions slightly decreasing. And the reason for that is that we have some carryover that we're planning to spend down in this current year. And the reason that there was carryover is because we have significant amounts of that one-time revenue in the current year. So again, all planned. So that brings us to our change in ending fund balance. And this is where we look at it and finally see, did we bring in more money or did we spend more than we brought in this year? And in total, in the next year's budget, we're projecting to spend $3.1 million more than we bring in. But again, this is all part of the plan because in 2021, we received $19 million in one-time federal and state COVID funding. So over the coming years, you will see significant decreases in total fund balance. But I will bring your eyes again back to the unrestricted side because that is the true indicator of fiscal stability. And you'll see this year, we are projecting a $19,000 increase in unrestricted ending fund balance. So we're essentially have a balanced budget. Now, when we look at our budget over the multi-year projections, specifically looking at revenue, in this next year, we're projecting a 2% increase in revenue, and in the second year out, approximately 3% increase in revenue, which aligns very closely to the LCFF COLA, which is projected to be 2.48 next year and 3.11 the year after. Again, in addition to that, we've used 1% and 2% increases to both federal and state revenues, really based on CPI indexes. And this is really where the industry professionals believe the revenues will come in at for those years. Now, when looking at the expenditures, as I mentioned earlier, we received $19 million in 2021 in one-time federal and state COVID monies. So over the next 3 years, even 4 years, you'll see significant increases in expenditures as we roll out initiatives and continue to spend down those federal monies. So in 21-22, you'll see total expenditures coming in at $39 million, 22-23 coming in at about $41 million, and by 23-24, expenditures up to just over $43 million. And again, as you look at salaries, you'll see large increases, 8 and 7%, classified similar, 8 and 7.5%. And this is all related to that one-time COVID monies and all the initiatives that we're rolling out and all the supplemental programs that we're going to be rolling out. That's all worked into this budget and all planned. As you look into the books and supplies budget, you'll see some decreases from 21-22 to 22-23, again, planned based on our LCAP. We have some one-time expenditures that are all planned that will be rolling off next year. And if you look the year after, you'll see, again, based on standard CPI indexes, this is what the industry professionals believe that goods and services are going to cost in the years to come. So again, overall, really the point I wanted to make here was that expenditures will be significantly increasing, but it is all part of a plan to spend down that $19 million of one-time monies. Now, the expiration date for most of those funds is 2024-25. So again, that's in the next 3 upcoming years. So looking at our change in ending fund balance for the current and 2 subsequent years, again, I mentioned looking at the budget overall, this year we're projecting to spend $3.1 million more than we brought in this year, $4.2 million next year, and $5.5 million the year after, all planned, all due to spending down of those one-time COVID funds. Now, when you look at the unrestricted side of the budget, again, as I mentioned earlier, that is the true indicator of fiscal stability. And you'll see, again, a balanced budget in 21-22, in 22-23, an increase of $200,000, and in 23-24, an increase of about $400,000. So again, we're in a very stable, very, very good financial position. We're positioned well to maneuver through the next couple of years and spend down those one-time dollars. So I'm going to be talking about cash flow, which is completely different than budget. Budget is the district's overall spending plan, and cash flow is really talking about the dollars in our bank account. You know, I mentioned this past year, and what we're currently going through, we've had about $7.5 million withheld from us from February to now from the state, and we're going to be getting through the skin of our teeth. You know, we're projecting to begin the year with about $1.1 million in cash, and we're going to need every bit of that $1 million to get through the end of the month. We've got to go through a mid-month payroll. We have benefits expenditures that are coming out in the middle of the month. And we're just waiting, trying to get through until the state can give us our money for the end of the month and also back pay us for the month of June. So again, things will be very tight in July. We'll get through it. It's all part of a plan, and I'll make sure we get through it. But again, keep in mind, later in the year, in June 2022, there is a planned deferral. Hopefully legislators and lobbyists get that fixed for us. But for the time being, we have to plan that we're not going to receive that cash. I am projecting that we're in the year with a $4 million cash balance, which is, again, obviously we'd prefer to up it at $6 million, which would be where we would be at if we had that apportionment, but much better than where we are right now. So looking ahead, cash is going to be the biggest thing. I'll be watching it like a hawk, and the final state budget will be signed in by the governor. Once that's done, again, I'll bring if there's any significant changes, I'll bring those changes back to the board at the 45-day budget revision. I'll be closing the books in the meantime, and in September, I'll be presenting unaudited actuals for this year. And you know, at this time, there's no action needs to be taken by the board. It's just a budget hearing, but the board will be taking action at the June 24th meeting. So if there's questions, I'd be happy to answer them now.
If there be no questions, we'll open the public hearing at 7:21.
Do you want me to wait up here?
So we do have to have a public hearing for at least 1 minute, so we've opened it at 7:21.
Yes.
Okay, we will now close the public hearing at 7:22. And we will continue on with business and finance. If there is no objections to business and finance, I ask that the board vote for the rest of 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 that are in business and finance.
These will be all new contracts, so if there's any questions or if you'd like to, if there's any questions, please let me know. These would be all new contracts.
If no one has any questions, I will make a motion.
So is there any questions? If there are no.
Second.
Okay, there is a first by Victoria, since there was no questions, and then a second by Alma Rios. And now we'll do a roll call vote. Alma Rios,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson, Palmer Mullen, aye, Victoria Cornell,
Aye.
Jose Tapia.
Aye.
That's a 5-0, which will move us to Education Services Reports 2021, Local Accountability Plan Draft, the LCAP discussion. The board will be presented the 2021 LCAP draft. Presentation.
Yes, we have a presentation tonight by Mr. Clark. I want to thank him and Ms. Medina for their work on our new updated LCAP.
All right. Well, good evening. I'm going to present our new LCAP. We've been working the last several weeks on this. We've been working back with the county office and we've met with all of our stakeholder groups. And so we're going to go over quite a bit of information here, but I think the most important thing to first understand is an understanding of what the LCAP is. So prior to 2013, all funding was done through categorical funds. Well, now we've been given a lot more local control over how we spend our money. And so the LCAP, the LCFF is broken down into a base grant, which John could explain much better than I, and categorical, and supplemental and concentration grants. So the supplemental concentration grant is where the focus of our LCAP is going to be at. And so to part of that, we have to do is we have to list our goals, define our outcomes. We're going to detail the actions and then track all of our expenditures. So as in with any good decision making, it's always going to be based on data. And so we are going to, I'm going to spend the first few minutes of this before showing you what the new LCAP is showing you how we got there and why we got there. So we don't have any 2020 or 2021 CASP testing. That's our high stakes test at the end of the year. We don't have that available because the state suspended that the last 2 years, but we do have our 19 dashboard, which is really good data to go from because it gives us a real good picture of what our first LCAP did, the previous LCAP. We also look at some local assessment data and then our stakeholder feedback. And on the right there is that LCAP cycle. We always call it in education, we call this the continuous improvement cycle. We're constantly looking at what a problem is, defining what we're going to do about it. We measure it, we collect data, we learn from it, and we improve upon it. So with that, I want to just briefly show you some data. I'm going to show you some comparisons between 2016 to 2019 to really show what kind of growth that Fairfax has made. So if you look up there on the screen, I'm not going to read everything here, but we do have a column that says state and a column that says Fairfax. And those numbers represents the distance from standard. So we want all of our students to be at standard. And if that number would be represented as a 0. So anything below a 0 is we want to move towards a zero, and anything above a zero is good. And so when we look at the state average, our total, we were the state was minus 17.5, and Fairfax was minus 62.5, which is a big gap. It's a gap of 44 points away from where the state average is. And if you look at all of our subgroups right there, there are some large gaps between the state and the Fairfax. What I'm really proud to look at, let me minimize this, is when we look at our 2019 dashboard, we see huge gains. We're seeing lots of growth between 16 and 19, and we're closing that gap between the state and Fairfax. So when you take those two columns on the, when you take those two green columns and subtract them, it gives us how much we're actually growing by each subgroup. And it really is significant. We're making a lot of growth. So we're very proud of our gap, of closing that gap. And the same with math. When we first started in 2016, we were pretty far away from that distance from standard. We were 50 points. Now we're 39 points away. So we're making a lot of that growth. If you look at some of our English learners in 2016, we're 35 points away. Now they're only 16 points away. So we are making, we've closed that gap between Fairfax growth and the state growth. And so we are excited about our growth in math, but a little point of caution when looking at this data. These numbers do reflect a lot of growth, but the actual distance from standard is still significantly below. And we really want to focus a lot of our focus on the next LCAP on improving math. We really want to bring those scores up. This next slide is going to look at just that last dashboard, which I think as something we should all be very proud of. Our teachers have worked, our schools have worked really hard at this. And if you're looking at, so from the 19 dashboard, we've increased 9.5 points, where the state increased 3.7 points. That's over 3.5, or excuse me, that's 2.5 times the average. And on each of those next bullet points down below, our African-American subgroup, English learners, Hispanic, socioeconomic disadvantaged, it goes over all the times over that we've improved at a higher rate than the state has. So all of our subgroups have made significant growth. Same with math. We have our math increased 9.3 points. And I think it's something that we're really proud of as our reclassified English learners. Students who go through the English learner program in Fairfax and are reclassified, they're our highest performing group. Oh, I lost it. This was a good one. Our reclassified learners are our highest performers, not just in growth, but in the actual performance in ELA and math. So I think that's a big testament to the way we are developing our English learners and get them to that reclassified status. And they're performing, they're far outperforming everybody else on CASP. And we're really proud of that. This next slide looks at STAR growth. And I know it's really hard to see up there, but the top is reading and the bottom is math. In the 16-17 year, the average reading level was a 2.6. In the end of 2021, which includes all of the last year and a half of distance learning and everything everybody else has been going through, we still grew 1.3 grade levels, which is significant. Same in math. The loss of learning cannot be understated. I think all of our teachers in here would testify to that too, because I'm going to show you in a minute how much of a learning loss we've seen. So had we not seen that drop, I think we would see much larger growth here, but I wanted this number to include through the whole pandemic as well. This represents each of our school sites and the growth they've made. And when you look at this, you're looking, I mean, Shirley Lane, 36.4 was just recognized as one of the highest scoring, most improved schools in the county. What I want to point out here is all of our schools have improved dramatically over the last 4 years. VA's had some big years too. Zephyr's had some big years too. And something else to look at is when you look at Shirley Lane, it says 36.4 and Zephyr Lane was a 10. I'm looking at the blue bar, the language arts, but both of them are 33 points below standard. So this is just looking at the growth, which means that our programs are aligning across the district and we're bringing everybody up to that. Say we've made huge growth here. And another thing about Fairfax Junior High, when you look at that and you're wondering, well, why aren't we seeing the growth there? And you have to understand, we are seeing growth. However, those kids are going into 7th grade with 7 years of education behind them. So we want to make sure that we're providing as many resources as we can. So when they get to junior high, they can teach them those really harder concepts, and they're not focusing on teaching them how to read when we should be handling that in elementary. So I think all 4 schools share junior high scores because those are all of our kids that feed into that school. So when I talk about loss of learning, this was a little gut wrenching when we first looked at this. This is the percentage of change from students who were at or above grade level from 2020 to 2021. So you see a lot of negatives. That means we've lost that. So for instance, in math in 2nd grade, if we had 100 students in 2020 that were at or above, we're down to 62. So we've lost 38%. We've lost 21%. You can see the numbers are bigger in the lower grades because those students are missing so much of the foundational. So the good news is all of our data has shown we know how to get them back. And we're really excited about that, about our new LCAP. We're going to be carrying over a lot of our same programs we've been using while adding some new ones because we know what we're doing is working. Some of the other school connectedness data, suspensions are down, attendance is up, even if you don't count this year, which this was a banner year for no suspensions because we didn't have kids on campus very often. But taking this year out, we're still improving our suspensions and our attendance is up. Our climate surveys between parents and students, all reporting that they are liking what's going on in Fairfax. They're all pretty good for the most part. We have 86% of parents feel the district provides high quality resources and programs. 93% of students felt that the school provided them with a good education. So there's lots of good takeaways here. What was really fun for us to read was the comments, especially since we had 900 5th through 8th graders take this and they let us have their comments. And so that was really fun to read, but you really see what they want. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that the students talked about. Mainly they want more things to do. They want more things to do after school. They want more things to do at recess. We want to really build up our school connectedness. We want kids to come to school. If the kids don't want to come to school, they're not going to learn from us. So we've got to make it a place they want to be. So we want to look at some options of creating some more opportunities for them. So when you're writing the LCAP, you have to report on some very, very specific feedback. So the first category is teachers, principals, administrators, other school personnel, and our local bargaining units. A lot of those comments and what we've heard back is more professional development opportunities. Staff would like to be more involved with decision-making processes, and a desire to maintain and recruit a retention of highly qualified staff. Parents and community, a lot of the comments that we got back from parents and community was we needed more help to help our students. We need after-school programs. And this was the 2021 survey. So we didn't have a lot of those opportunities this year due to the nature of this past year. So we're really excited that we're bringing all of those programs back next year with our after-school tutoring, with our FAST program, and increasing that into actually some homework help outside of what we've normally done for FAST. We're also looking at each site to be able to create their own after school clubs, things like that. And I'll talk about in our new LCAP in a moment. The overall arching theme from our students is our students like to come to school and they do like their teachers. They want more activities at recess and to expand the after school sports such as esports. And we're really excited. We're actually testing this out in summer school. We have a Rocket League. This is a subtle way of telling me to wrap it up. I have my principal voice still. Oh, there we go. Okay. So taking all that in, we put all that together. We take all of our data, we take all of our feedback, all of our stakeholder input, and it boils down to continue high quality instruction, continue to support our English learners, provide social and emotional support to students, continue the after school activities, and increased professional development for all staff, for certificated and classified. So that brings us to our new LCAP. And with our new LCAP, we have 3 goals. We used to have 4 with 23 actions. And again, this is just that supplemental and concentration dollars that equals about a little over 7.5 million. The way that number is calculated, I can't tell you, Mr. Medina could tell you, but what they do is we look at our unduplicated count, and our unduplicated students are students who are either low income, English learners, or foster youth. They could be in more in one of those categories, and many of our students are in multiple categories, but if they're in at least one, that's what contributes to our unduplicated count, which gives us almost 87%. So these are our 3 goals for the new 21-24 LCAP. Students will demonstrate continuous progress towards mastery of Common Core state standards that will prepare them for college and career readiness through grade level standards-based instruction and targeted support from highly qualified teachers. And in a minute, I'm going to show you what each of the actions are for these. Goal 2, all English learners will be provided high quality instruction in English language development in order to make progress towards English language proficiency. And goal 3, the Fairfax School District will provide supplemental services to increase school connectedness in areas of student engagement, parent involvement, and school safety. All right, so we tie actions to each of these, and as part of the LCAP, you attach dollars to it. So on number 1 and number 8, you're not going to see any dollars attached to that because that's not, we're spending supplemental money on that. But we do include it. It is required to be part of our LCAP. So action 1, state adopted instruction materials. Action 2 will be continuing our supplemental services, reading specialists, STEM teachers, instructional aides. We'll continue using what we formerly call DIBBLES, which is Acadians, iReady, Read 180, Renaissance, Avid. And we're also adding Pittsco Learning Labs. And the junior high is familiar with Pittsco Learning Lab. It's a really cool, high-tech, hands-on lab. And we're looking to expand that to our elementary schools in the coming years as well. So we're really excited about that program. Action 3, I think this last year has proven that we do need to have educational technology still needs to be a focus for us. So this is where we still provide for our ed tech director, our extra technicians, all of our devices, things like that. Increased intervention opportunities with summer school, as Mrs. Brown talked about, this is our biggest summer school we've ever had. We're really excited about the number of kids who are participating in that. We want to continue that. Saturday school and other after school tutoring. We're going to continue our library media services. Professional development is, there's a big dollar attached there, and we're really excited about a plan we've been working with our county office regards to math professional development. And so we're going to be rolling this out to teachers as we head back to school, but we've got some really cool plans with the county to come in and coach alongside of us over the whole course of next year. Action 7 is to maintain recruiting and retaining high qualified teachers. And action 8 is the special education support. So before I go into goal 2, is there any questions regarding goal 1 or any of the actions? All right. Okay. Goal 2, all English learners will be provided high quality instruction in English language development in order to make progress towards English language proficiency. As I was showing earlier in our data, our reclassified English learners are the rock stars of our district. They are the highest scoring in language arts and math across the board. And it's something we're really proud of. So we want to continue to get those kids to be reclassified. And so that there's 3 actions here, which is this is where we include our TOSAs, all of our AID 3s, supplies and materials, continued professional development. And our teachers are going to be going through some professional development opportunities with our TOSAs at the beginning of the year and throughout the next year. And there's a big dollar amount there tied to ELD curriculum, and it says Rosetta Stone English. This is not to be confused with the regular Rosetta Stone that we provide to our newcomer students. Rosetta Stone English is a specific standalone ELD curriculum that we're going to be using in all of our ELD classes from K-6. And it's a really cool program where the students it's a computer based for part of it, but a lot of the rest of the time is going to tie in with what our TOSAs are going to be teaching our teachers with regards to language objectives and really dialing in our ELD time. So that's one of the big actions there. Any questions regarding goal 2?
I have a question regarding goal 2, action 1. You mentioned AID 3. AID 3s?
Yes.
Can you elaborate more?
There are instructional aids, the aids that we use too. So anything in our LCAP supports our unduplicated students. They're the priority. So 87% of our students, right? So they are the ones that are providing them with that extra support. In a lot of times in our elementaries, you'll see in reading labs, if there's one-on-one support they can give them. A lot of times we have them working in a tier 3 setting with some of those students as well. So it's the same program that we've been using the last few years with regards to our aids.
Okay.
And I did not mention, we have increased for math as well. We are going to be adding aids to each site to focus on math to use alongside with our STEM teachers and our iReady program. Any other questions regarding goal 2?
Thank you, Mr. Clark. You answered my question about the aids for math. I appreciate that. You got
That's
ahead of me.
actually in goal 1. Sorry, I did not specifically state out that the math aids were in goal 1.
Okay.
All right, so goal 3, there are a handful of actions here, and this is the one where we really focus on wanting students to come to school. None of yours work, okay. Oh. All right, I'm not gonna touch it. All right, so goal 3, the Fairfax School District will provide supplemental services to increase school connectedness in the areas of student engagement, parent involvement, and school safety. So included in this goal is supplemental pupil services. This is why we are able to afford an extra nurse, 2 extra LVNs, the extra psychologists, and additional psychologist interns. This is where we also fund our parent center. This is where we fund using Parent Square, things like that that increase that parent communication. Childcare for events, verbal translations services, social emotional support for resources, professional development, anything we need in that area to help train our teachers, our counselors on how to better serve our students. This is also where we fund a counselor at each school site. This is where we fund our opportunity class, which provides an alternative to suspension. Instead of sending the kids home to suspend them, we're able to keep them on campus and provide that instruction and offer them some behavioral support as well. This is where we'll fund all of our after-school sports and clubs, and this has been increased. And we're really looking forward to seeing how we can ferret this out with how we're going to have all these after-school clubs. But we can't say that we're going to have a chess club at each site, because if we don't have a chess coach at each site, we're not going to have that. So we're going to really open up some opportunities for teachers to use their strengths. If somebody wants to do a sewing club once a week, or somebody wants to do a garden, something like that, we're going to make that available, because we want kids. Not every kid wants to play football and basketball and volleyball. So we want to give them those opportunities after school. Positive behavior to maintain our PBIS incentives. And action 8, you'll see that there is budgeted to bring back the school resource officer, which we previously had, and we would like to be able to bring our school resource officer back. The last 4 actions are to continue our physical education aid at the junior high. And there's a big number there for our field trips. We're really excited about how many opportunities we provided our students with pre-COVID, with sending our kids to all kinds of out-of-town field trips and giving them those experiences that they might not normally have. And so all of those are coming back. We're also looking forward to being able to expand our music program back to the elementaries again, as we had. And the last action on this goal is to continue to provide our crossing guards. So that is there any other goals, questions for goal 3? There's a lot of actions there. And if you have a question, I'm going to give you my email in a moment. You can email me if you have any questions or need any clarification. So the way the LCAP process works, so tonight is a public hearing. We're still accepting feedback. This is a draft. And so my email is here. If you have any feedback you'd like to provide, please email me or contact Mrs. Brown, and we'd be happy, if you want to meet and go over it, we'd be happy to do that. The next step is at the June 24th special board and adoption, along with the update and the local indicators would be presented at that time too. Another component of the LCAP. So that was a lot of information, but the thing that I am the most proud of is our last LCAP, I think, has done so well. Our data shows that what we've been doing is working. What everybody here has been doing has been working. And so I'm looking forward to continuing a lot of those actions and goals moving forward. Are there any questions?
Music teachers are coming back.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions, but if I think of something, I'll definitely email you. Appreciate your presentation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I would ask that we approve the rest of the voting.
We need to go to a public hearing.
Public. Number two, oh, we have a public hearing for the 2021 annual LCAP. So the board will open the public hearing to provide for the public to provide comments or concerns related to the proposed 2021-22 Fairfax School District Annual LCAP update proposed for board consideration and approval at a special meeting dated Thursday, June 24th, 2021 at 6 p.m. located at 1500 South Fairfax Road, Bakersfield, California, 92307. So we're going to go into a public meeting at 7:47.
These should all work. If not, we'll have to get the company back after. We're brand new. Disconnected.
It is now 7:48. We will end the public hearing at 7:48. Now, if there is no objections to 3, 4, and 5, or no questions, I would ask for the board to approve 3, 4, and 5. Like 3, 4, and 5. I would ask for a motion to approve 4 and 5.
First motion.
The first by Alma Rios.
Make sure we speak in the microphone so that they can hear us on Zoom. Thank you.
I have a first motion by Alma Rios,
I will second that.
second by Victoria Cornell. Roll call vote, Alma Rios,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson, Palmer Mullen, aye, Victoria Cornell,
Aye.
Jose Tapia,
Aye.
aye, that is a 5-0. So then we will move into closed session. The board may be required to adjourn to closed session for discussion of matters of personnel, security, negotiations, student discipline, litigation, or other matters as authorized by government section codes 3549.1, 5495.6, 54956.8, 54957, and 54957.6 in education sections 35146 and 48914. Note, in the event that any item are acted upon in closed session, the actions taken will be reported publicly at the end of closed session as required by law. So now we will go into closed session at 7:50.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Yes.
All right, we're going to come out of closed session at 9:35 and Ms. Radka will report out of closed session.
Yes, thank you, Board President.
Do you want to come to the mic? So everyone can hear you?
So everyone hopefully can hear me. So the closed session report. With regard to closed session item 1, conference with legal counsel, the board received an update and gave direction, but no final action was taken. With regard to closed session item 2, public employee appointment, no final action was taken. The board received an update and gave direction. With regard to closed session item 3, conference with labor negotiators, the board received an update and gave direction, but no final action was taken.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we will move into J, personnel. Number 1, public hearing KFTA reopener district response for 2021-2022 negotiations, which is a discussion item. The board will open a public hearing to allow for public comment related to the KFT reopener district response for 2021-22 negotiation. Members of the community are welcome to address the Board of Trustees regarding the KFTA negotiations 2021-22. Is there anyone that would like to? I would like to open up the hearing. Let's see, 1 minute. Let's see, at 9:37. We will close the public hearing at 9:38. Next is the Sunshine KFTA reopener, which is a voting item. It is recommended the board receive the Sunshine reopener from the current Fairfax Teacher Association.
I shall move.
Okay.
I second that.
I have a motion by Virginia, second by Victoria, roll call vote, Alma Rios. Aye. Okay, Virginia Lawson. Palmer Mullen, aye. Victoria Cornell.
Aye, sorry.
Jose Tapia.
Aye.
Okay, that is a 5-0. Next,
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3 through 6, item J 3 through 6.
there's a motion on the floor to approve item 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is there a second motion, or is there any questions regarding items 3, 4, 5, and 6? I don't have a second motion on the floor, so I will continue with the next item, which is provisional internship permit, which is a voting item. It is recommended that the board approve the provisional internship permit for the following applicants: Erica Wilson, Fernando Barrios Delgado, multiple subject teacher. So if I can have a motion to approve the slate as presented for the provisional internship permit. Ms. Brown, would you explain what that is? Make sure everyone understands what the internship.
Sure. The provisional internship means that these two teachers, prospective teachers, are not quite credentialed yet. They're in the credential program and they're on the path to getting a credential. And so they need to have a provisional internship permit approved to be hired. We had an exhaustive search process for teachers. We attended virtual job fairs. We had positions open up on EdJoin. We interviewed 12 candidates, and these two rose to the top as part of those interview procedures. They came highly recommended by our principals. Erica Wilson has been subbing with us since the students came back to campus and has done a fantastic job, and we would like her to continue working with us. Fernando Barrios actually started here as an employee, as a noon supervisor, and then became an instructional aide, went back to school, got his degree, came back here as a student teacher, and we were looking forward to adding him as part of our staff.
Okay, with that, I'm going to make a motion, the first motion on the floor to approve the slate as presented. Do I have a second motion?
I will second that.
That's a second by Victoria Cornell. Roll call vote, Alma Rios. Virginia Lawson. Aye. Palmer Mullen, aye. Victoria Cornell.
Aye.
Jose Tapia.
Aye.
5-0, the slate as presented passes. Next will be for the certificated staff, which is a voting item. It is recommended that the board approve the superintendent's recommendation to hire the following individuals to the positions listed: Heidi Davis, teacher intern; Mackenzie Jung, teacher intern; Daisy Ramirez, teacher intern; Jessica Savaris, multiple subject teacher; Isolani Sanchez Orozco, multiple subject teacher; Ilusari Elia, why Cisneros, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, multiple subject teacher; and Alex Edwards. Is there any questions regarding the slate as presented?
If there are no questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
If there are no questions, I would like a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation to hire the slate as presented. Do I have a first motion?
First,
No, it was first motion by Victoria Cornell. And did I hear a second motion? Second motion?
You said that Victoria was the second.
She was the first. She was the first. Okay, Virginia, I didn't hear you. Virginia, I'm gonna put you at second because I heard Victoria first. So I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Alma Rios. Virginia Lawson.
Aye.
Palmer Mullen. Victoria Cornell.
aye.
Jose Tapia.
Aye.
The superintendent's recommendation to hire the individuals have been approved with a 5-0 vote. Next on that item will be certificated and classified substitute list, which also is a voting item. It is recommended that the board approve the certificated and classified sublist as presented. Do I have
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 5 and 6.
There's a motion on the floor to approve items 5 and 6.
And I'll make the first motion.
With one motion on the floor.
I thought we voted on number 4.
Virginia,
We're on
I'm-
number
I'm-
5. We're
I'm
on
asking- Virginia,
we're,
I'm asking for items 5 and 6 be voted together. In the same vote.
so there's a motion, a first motion by Victoria for approval of 5 and 6, and a second motion by Virginia Lawson. A roll call vote, Alma Rios. Virginia Lawson.
Aye.
Palmer Mullen, aye. Victoria Cornell
Aye.
and Jose Tapia.
Aye.
With that, that's a 5-0. The certificate and classified substitute list as presented is passed. And also the contract for school psychologist intern is also passed. It was recommended that the board approve the school psychologist intern contract for the following interns as presented. They will be Elizabeth Sanchez, Miguel Rivera, Stephanie Sanchez, with the contract through August 1st, 2021 through May 31, 2022, not to exceed 25,000 or 2,500 per month. 5-0 passes. K, we will have board policy, Fairfax School District Grand Jury report recommendation, which is discussion. Is Ms. Racken will.
Ms. Rifkin-Haas.
Rifkin-Haas, yes.
Bear with me one moment while I share my screen. Can it be seen?
Is she as you or is she logged in as?
It doesn't look like it. Let's see here. I thought I had shared it. There we go. Ah, yeah, I see it now. Yeah. There we go. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Ilana Rifkin-Haas. I'm with the law firm of Olivares Madruga, and I am here to go over the grand jury report recommendations with you tonight. So as I think most of you know, Hardin County issued a grand jury report following an investigation of the operations, management, and actions of the Fairfax School District Board of Trustees. And they did this in compliance with California Penal Code 933.5. The grand jury issued its final report on May 27th, 2021. And the grand jury report includes both findings and recommendations for the board. The recommendations in the grand jury report were as follows: that the board should organize a board retreat to provide extensive training and hire a conflict resolution specialist to build communication skills. It also recommended that the board consult with legal counsel regarding the Brown Act, ethics training, and conflicts of interest. They should also retrain all board members on proper behavior and subsequent actions as a board member by October 1st, 2021. They also recommended that the board review, follow, and/or update all current bylaws and conduct board member meetings using Robert's Rules of Order, allowing for complete discussion before a vote is taken by September 1st, 2020. They also recommended that the board work on methods for conducting the meeting in a way that is more accessible for the public. They also recommended that the board allow the public adequate time to express themselves in open session at all board meetings and be respectfully addressed by the board. And they also recommended that the board verify that board members are current residents within district boundaries. And the list continues. They also recommend that the board complete the process and close the complaints against the board member by September 1st, 2021. That they also ensure that all board members' contact information is readily available to the public. They also recommend that the board cease and desist bullying during meetings, allow for discussion and questions prior to the vote, and stop the practice of forcing members to vote without having complete information. They also recommend that the board examine the funds spent on legal services to justify the need for multiple law firms and report their findings to the public on or before the regular meeting in August of 2021. They also recommend that a town hall meeting is held where the public can voice their concerns and have them addressed. And finally, they recommend that the current president of the board be removed and that another board member is trained to become the president. So the district has a legal obligation to respond to the grand jury report within 90 days from the date the report was made public. So that would be May 27th, 2021. Within 90 days from that date, the district is required to submit a written response to the grand jury report, both to the findings and to the recommendations that were made in that report. With regard to the findings, the board must state whether they agree with the findings, whether they disagree with the findings, or whether they partially disagree with the findings. In the event that the district decides that it disagrees partially with the findings or disagrees completely with the findings, it is required to provide an explanation in its response. And similarly, for the recommendations that were made in the grand jury report, in this response, the district must state whether the recommendation has been implemented, whether the recommendation has not yet been implemented, but will be, and state when the implementation will occur, if it's going to be sometime in the future. The board can also say that the recommendation requires further study or analysis, and then provide a time frame for completing that analysis and further study. However, it cannot be more than 6 months from the date the grand jury report was published. Finally, the board can respond to the recommendations by saying that will not implement the recommendation because it is not warranted or it is not reasonable. And if it chooses this final option in its response to the grand jury report's recommendations, it must explain why it finds that it is not reasonable or warranted to implement those recommendations. And again, the requirement to respond to the grand jury report is found in California Penal Code, section 933.05, subsection B. And so the board now has the opportunity to begin considering what it wants to do in response to the recommendations made by the grand jury report. So this is just to give the board an overview of what those recommendations were and its obligation to respond within 90 days. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to the board members to see if there are questions regarding any of the recommendations or the requirement to respond within 90 days. And again, the district will be responding to the grand jury report. And when it does so, it will be responding both to the findings and to the recommendations themselves. They will be addressing each one finding by finding and recommendation by recommendation. So at this time, I will turn it over to the board if there is any discussion that they would like to have at this time on the recommendation.
For R2 and R3, I would like Ms. Laura to organize.
So I believe were those.
R2 and R3.
So on R2 and R3, you want to organize dates for those trainings?
Those are the trainings on the Brown Act and
Ethics training, as well as the board bylaws. Do you want that larger venue by the next board meeting?
We do want the larger venue for the next board meeting. We want to be able to accommodate the community.
Okay.
Given to the superintendent to find a larger venue to hold the next regular board meeting, which will be announced to the public. There was also a direction given to schedule to work with the board members to schedule a training on the Brown Act.
Alma, can you turn your mic on and talk into it so that they can hear? Thank you.
Yes, as well as to schedule a time to review and consider the board's bylaws.
And so I'm clear on R2 and R3 for the training. Those will be two separate meetings,
Yeah.
two separate workshops.
Or we could do it the same day or.
I would recommend that those are two separate
Okay.
trainings. Because that's a lot of material to cover it.
Okay. And for RA, you could put my phone number and my email for RA.
As well as RA public information, I'm okay with it changing because I know that it doesn't currently show. So if you can update that information.
And do you want to update with your phone number and email address?
Yeah.
And I think Jose Tapia wanted it too. Jose? Yes? And
Yes.
for,
Go ahead, Mr. Tapia.
Yes,
So yes to your phone number and to.
yes. Do you want to know?
No, I have that information, but would you like me to
Yeah,
add it to
yes.
the website?
Yes.
and then for R11, we already scheduled the town hall. That's June, right?
Yes, the town hall is scheduled for June 24th, immediately following our special budget meeting.
And I'm also asking that R7 by September 1st, 2021, the board should complete the process and close complaints against the board member finding 6, 10, and 14. R7.
How do you want to proceed through that process of closing that complaint?
I think that's something that can be addressed with legal
Okay.
counsel. Separately. I think it's sufficient to provide direction.
Okay.
Okay, can we talk about addressing R12?
Thank you. Laura, we already scheduled.
We haven't discussed R12.
Oh.
With regards to R12, is there anything further you would like to comment at this time or give direction to the superintendent to bring that item back for a vote at a separate time?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
With regard to.
She can only hear through the microphone, so you can, yeah, she's on Zoom, so she can only hear through the
Sorry
microphone.
about that. With regard to R12, Board Member Cornello, would you like to have that? Is there anything in particular you would like to direct the superintendent to do with regard to R12?
Yeah, I believe we should put it on as a voting item for the board to vote on it and act on R12.
Okay, thank you. Did you get that, Superintendent?
I do have
Yes.
that.
So that will be added then as a voting item.
As a
at the
voting
next-
item on the next agenda, the next regular meeting agenda.
Are there any other recommendations that the board would like to give direction to the superintendent with regard to at this time?
R10. The board should examine the funds spent on legal services and justify the need for multiple law firms and report their findings to the public on or before the regular meeting in August 2021.
And so are you directing the superintendent to prepare a report?
Yes, prepare
that
a
item?
report on that item.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent Brown, if you can add that to your list of things to be preparing a report for.
Okay, I have that. Thank you.
And again, there will be a formal written response from the district that will be submitted within 90 days. This is just the beginning, first informational session on these matters. Are there any other of the recommendations that the board would like to give direction to the superintendent at this time?
Can anybody repeat to me what recommendations we talked about at the moment? What we, it's kind of hard for me to hear. I'm
Sure, I
sorry.
believe R12, R11, R10, R8, R7.
Okay, I want to, R9, I know R9, I believe is important. We should put that on as well as a voting item.
What is your request with regard
I'm
to
wanting
that item?
Well,
Bring
I
it
mean,
back
what-
for further discussion?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then there's, I'm sorry, and then did we discuss R8? Oh, yeah,
Yes,
we did.
we did.
Then what about R6?
Yes.
Did we address R6?
I believe that has not been addressed yet.
Okay, that
R6?
should also be,
Are you requesting?
yes. I am requesting that be addressed as well.
Okay, we
the
will bring that back at the next agenda then for
Can we
further
bring it,
discussion.
as discussion, we can't bring it back as an item that needs to be addressed immediately at the, or have that.
So are you
information-
requesting then that the superintendent confirm the residency?
Yes, by
of
the
board
next regular
members?
board meeting, yes. Thank you.
Okay, yes, so the direction then is to confirm the residency of all board members.
Okay,
By the next regular board meeting.
by the next regular board meeting, by the July board meeting.
Yes.
And then I believe we also have addressed R2 and R3. And R4. There's been direction given on those as well.
We have not, the only one that has not been addressed directly is R1. Which we can discuss later.
So board members, would you like to give direction to schedule and organize a board retreat in addition to the Brown Act and ethics trainings, as well as a review of your board bylaws? Or would you like to bring that one back to discuss further at the July meeting?
I believe that we would have to we would definitely need to schedule. So
I think the question is just whether you would like to give direction to the superintendent to schedule a retreat.
yes.
Yeah,
And the other board members?
yeah.
Okay, the superintendent will work to see if there's a majority that is available
On a day.
for such a retreat.
Like workshops on ethics and board bylaws and all that, correct?
Yeah, I think that would be a separate thing, and we can discuss the logistics of that separately and organize that, but we will collectively schedule something that will fulfill all three of those recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
And I think if there are no further comments from the board, that will conclude this item for tonight on the grand jury report recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, for resolution 2021-08, Center V, which is a voting item, I'm going to pass the gavel to the. What?
I'd be the clerk.
Hmm?
Are you passing it on?
I'm going to pass the gavel to Mrs. Brown.
Right, this is a voting item. Resolution 2108 is a voting item. It is recommended that the board approve resolution 2021-08 as presented.
What is that?
I'll make that motion.
What is that?
Read the resolution. For clarification purposes, resolution number 2021-08 is a resolution by the governing board to censure trustee Palmer Mullen for abusive and inappropriate conduct.
For me, it's a no. No.
So, I'm sorry. Right now, there is no motion. Right now, there is discussion or
Yes,
questions that can be.
I
taken.
made the motion.
Oh,
I
there is
made-
okay, sorry, Victoria. So there is a motion and there is a second. First motion by Victoria, second motion, Virginia. We'll go through a roll call vote. Alma,
No.
And Palmer, you will
Abstain.
abstain. Okay.
Okay, and that's a yes for me.
Okay, we're going to give Mr. Tapia a few minutes to review the resolution.
It's the same resolution that we've had since, for a few months already.
Victoria, can I have your vote?
That's a yes for me.
Thank you.
My vote today is no.
Was that a no? By Mr. Tapia?
Necesito
Laura,
leer.
was that a no by Mr.
I
Tapia?
I need to read.
He wants more time to review it.
I say no.
Okay, so what was he's a no vote, right?
Yes, he's a no vote.
Okay. So with Mr. Mullins abstain, would that be,
It would be a fail. The motion fails.
okay,
He has, this is the same resolution that we've had. He said he needed to read it and he was over there reading it. We've taken, okay, we've already finished the vote.
So it's a no vote or?
The resolution, is there any other business before the board?
No.
If there is no other business before the board,
Were you requesting more time?
I think he
To, then I think the board should allow him the time to finish reading.
When I read,
Yeah.
Let him.
cuando yo la leí, encontré muchas incongruencias. Entonces yo digo, no.
So, what do you think? So everyone,
that whenever.
Cuando leí encontré incongruencias. No. I said no.
so he said no. He's,
If the members of the public can please not interject. You need to be quiet while we allow the board member to speak.
No pasa. No pasa.
I'm sorry. Do I need to?
No, I think that's fine, but Mr. Tapia, would you like to vote or were you requesting more time?
I vote no.
Okay.
Okay.
Then the motion does not pass.
I'm sorry, what's that? Yes, the motion does not pass.
Okay.
We're not gonna stop bullying during meetings, right? We're not gonna follow that recommendation.
Next on the item is adjournment. So if there is no other business, the motion to adjourn.
First. First motion.
Second motion, roll call vote. Palmer Rio,
Aye.
Virginia Lawson,
Shame on you. Shame on you.
Palmer Mullen, Aye. Victoria Cornell, Victoria Cornell,
Aye.
and Jose Tapia.
Aye.
That's a 5-0 for the motion to be adjourned.
Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. You do the right thing by your child.